Let's get started. Check, check, check. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate a masterpiece by one of my favorite artists. We are going to look at Gabriele Münter once again. I think this may be our fourth or fifth episode we've looked at this great artist. She's one of my favorite, and I love this painting. I've been wanting to do it for a while. I actually had this scheduled a whole year ago, and so I'm really excited to finally get the chance to attempt to paint this painting here, The Landscape by the Sea with Figure from 1919. And so let's talk about the plan for today's episode. In a couple of minutes, we'll talk about the scale of difficulty, how complex this painting is if you want to try it. We'll talk about materials required, the image transfer, Imprimatura. I want to talk very briefly about her life and this painting because I've talked in depth, probably about 6 or 7 hours worth of conversation about her life. Whoa! And I got to pick my daughter up at school in about 3 hours, so today we can't putz around too much. We'll have to get it done. So, I encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when these upcoming maybe surprise videos. I wasn't planning on doing this episode, so this is a bit of a spontaneous bonus one here. And that notification bell will let you know when they're coming up, especially when they're spontaneous. If you want to make a donation, a couple dollars, $5, to help keep the lights on, I'd appreciate that. Thank you to those people who sent in donations yesterday. That was very much appreciated. So if you scan that QR code, it takes you to this place where you could safely and securely donate to support the channel. And if you want to send an e-transfer or a check in the mail or a money order, all that kind of stuff, the link to my email address is on the Facebook group, which we'll talk about in a moment, as well as my website. Those links are down there below. I just don't post them right here because I just get spammed constantly by advertisers and all sorts of things, so I've kind of had to, so I appreciate it if you go that extra little mile to get that information. Speaking of our Facebook group, I encourage you to take a photograph of whatever you create today, join our Facebook group, upload it to the group, and then in about another month, I'm going to do another free bonus feedback episode. I think it'll be episode 36 or so, where I go through everything that is on the Facebook group, whether it's paintings in the style of Gabriele Münter, like we're about to do today, or another painting, a painting you've created on your own, or even the free drawing series I did over 5 years ago. I still give people free advice on how to improve their drawings as they begin that journey. That's what our Facebook group looks like. So, are we ready? Let's go up to the top here. Is today's painting something you want to attempt to do? Well, one way to find out is by looking at the scale of difficulty. So the scale of difficulty measures from beginner to master, master being someone like Gabriele Münter herself. So a beginner is someone who's never seen it before, never painted, ever, don't really know anything about how to mix colors, don't even know what colors to buy. This painting, you could try it. It's probably going to give you some fits. So novice, I think you could do this painting if you're a novice, but it still might feel a little bit difficult. And I'm always really, one of my goals is to encourage people to build up their confidence and a little bit worried that somebody kind of near the beginning of their journey attempting this painting, it not turning out the way they want, and then getting discouraged. So there are plenty of other novice paintings here that we'll look at. So I'm going to put today's painting in the intermediate area here. That's someone who's done all the basic exercises, not with me, mixed color wheels, understands color temperature. When I talk about warm yellows and cool yellows, they're like, oh yeah, I've heard that before, I know what he's talking about. An intermediate artist could be somebody who's been painting for 2 months or 25 years or 50 years. Intermediate is a pretty big area here. After that, we have an advanced artist, somebody who's really now probably making entirely their own art from scratch. And then, of course, a master is someone who's not only making their own art from scratch, but making incredible work that is being celebrated around the world and is changing the game, right? So, and Gabriele Münter was absolutely one of those great artists. So as I said, today's painting is an intermediate level painting. Let's talk about materials required to create today's painting. Now, I have done an entire hour-and-a-half long episode talking about this in great depth, so I'm just going to summarize it. I've created a free downloadable PDF that you can use. You can scan the QR code or enter in that web address. It takes you to the Dropbox folder. The very first folder at the top has our supply guide. It's about 20 pages or 10 pages front and back. It lists everything you're about to see here, and I update it regularly. And you can download it onto your computer, print it at on your printer at work or at home. You can look at it on your phone while you're standing in an art supply store. And you don't have to give me your email address. You don't have to give me any money to do this. It's totally anonymous, so no one will know that you don't know what you're doing. You can do all of this, and I will never know that you ever visited this link. So we are about to paint on a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel, and typically these come wrapped in plastic. I take it out of the plastic, I give it a little bit of sanding, and then with some 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of it and let it dry overnight, and then I sand it again, and I get a much smoother surface than the canvas as it comes right out of the package. Well, of course, we're going to be painting with acrylic paint, yeah, I don't think we'll need many of these extra materials. Maybe a Posca pen if you want. I always put this here as a reminder to myself to grab some rags, because mistakes always happen when you're the least prepared for them. We're about to use what's called the split primary palette. Split primary palette focuses on color temperature. Every color has a temperature, and in photography we talk about white balance, and every color has a specific Kelvin unit. That's how we measure color temperature. And so every color can be warm or cool depending on where they fit on that spectrum. So we can have warm yellows and cool yellows. So you'll also notice we split the so-called primary colors in half into their warm and cool components. We're also going to use white, and you can buy a tube of black paint, but I'm going to mix my own black here, so I don't even really need a tube of black paint. So color temperature emphasizes color temperature helps us understand where colors exist in space. So for instance, our eyes perceive colors that are warmer as being closer to us versus colors that are cooler as being in the background or further away. I always think of it as like a campfire. The closer you are to the fire, the warmer it is. The further you are, the cooler it is. So you just have to ask yourself, where in the painting is my color? Is it in the foreground or the background? And the amazing thing about this is that even if you're making an abstract painting, warm colors will appear to advance and cool colors will appear to recede. So You don't have to obey these concepts. Plenty of artists, even artists like Gabriele Münter, played with some of these concepts, inverted them at times. But if you want an easy way to help create depth in your painting, especially as a beginner, you can't go wrong using warm and cool colors. Oh my goodness, I hope I'm not getting sick here. Okay, so we're about to use this particular brand of acrylic paint. I'm not sponsored by Amsterdam. I'm not paid anything. I've never been given one drop of free art supplies ever. All of this comes out of my own pocket, as well as the donations that you have provided over the years. But I do think Amsterdam Paint is the best bang for the buck. Amsterdam is, no surprise, a Dutch company, and one of these tubes of paint costs, this is the 250 milliliter size, or 8.5 fluid ounces. This will last me, and I'm making 5 paintings or so every month. A tube of paint like this will last about 7 months. If you buy a tube of paint like this and you're making a painting once a month, twice a month, you're going to have this paint around for 2-3 years. And so when you buy all of those colors together, it's going to add up to, maybe $150, 130, 120 American. And that sounds like a lot up front, but if it's going to keep you out of trouble for 2-3 years, that's a pretty good investment in a hobby, I would say. Now, of course, you can certainly spend more money on acrylic paint. I would suggest if you're a beginner, that's a total waste of money, because you can spend on, let's say, those golden paints you saw earlier, twice the price for about a third of the paint, or sorry, 3 times the price for half the paint, which I don't think is a particularly good deal. I mean, it is better paint, but most people aren't going to notice, and you probably will even prefer this more of a soft body paint over that heavy, thick paint that Golden is more known for. Now, here's 4 brands of paint that I do not recommend that either myself or people in our community have used. I'm particularly disappointed here with Peebo because they put way too much titanium white in their paint. Every paint company does that, but Peebo does it, and they're probably the biggest paint company in the world. They're like the McDonald's of paint, and they can certainly afford to not do that, but they do that. It just really means that we're not going to be able to mix the black as I like to do it, and all of these colors have white in them, meaning they're duller, they're more pastel, not as vibrant. And when we're making a painting like this today that's got beautiful saturated colors, any of these other brands are just are going to be more frustrating. And so any paint that you get from the dollar store, definitely going to be a lot of white in there. So let's get into the first step, which is to do the image transfer. So I'm going to encourage you to scan the QR code or enter this web address. This is the same one I mentioned before when we were talking about the Dropbox folder. Here's a shout out to the Facebook page, and a shout out to my friend Sam Davidson, otherwise known as Skim Milk, who did the music that you're hearing right now. Here in the Dropbox folder, if you click that QR code or web address, you'll see the supply guide. That's what I mentioned before. That's where all the materials are listed. These are your beginner episodes on mixing the color wheel, etc. And then all of these are sorted by the artist's first name, then last name. So right there you got Andy Warhol, Amedeo Modigliani, Alma Thomas, Barbara Kruger, Barnett Newman, Egon Schiele, Franz Marc, and we've got Gabriele Münter, and here we are at level 3. There's 400 plus folders there. All the great artists of all time are well represented. And so some of those folders, like this one, have multiple images inside. You'll see that this is the painting we're about to do. There's 2 versions of the outline that I'll show you here in a moment, and of course the original. So you can download those, print them off at home. So here's the outline that I did based on the original. I just brought the original into my iPad Pro using the Apple Pencil, just traced out the image. And if you traced it, it would probably look a little bit different. And that's okay. So of course, we're not really using, I'm not trying to make a perfect copy of it. I'm just using this to help get my painting started. So what I've done here is I've just taped it down to the surface. As I mentioned, right, I gessoed that canvas again after taking it out of the plastic. Okay. So I'm using some graphite paper. Graphite paper is the same thing as charcoal paper or carbon paper. I mean, it's not technically the same thing, but it does the same thing. Almost identical material. Okay. So let's trace this out. Now I'm not going to worry about doing it perfectly or even getting every single line in here. It's a good idea after you do a few lines though, just to double check that things are being transferred. I've done this before where I've gone all the way around only to realize at the very end that I had the carbon paper upside down and had to do it all over again. And when I teach in person, I see that happen pretty much once every class. So, most people only have to learn once. I need to learn multiple times because I still, on occasion, do that. So again, I want you to see how quickly I'm doing this. I've seen people spend 15, 20, 30 minutes on an outline like this, really trying to get every line perfectly drawn. Right? That's just a total waste of time. You're just using this as reference, not as a... It's not quite paint by numbers. It's just trying to get this drawing process kick-started as quickly as possible so that you can get to painting as quickly as possible. And often, sometimes, the messier, the looser this is, the more freedom you have when you're working, because you're not beholden to the template trying to paint in every single line exactly as it was. allow yourself some freedom to be playful and to diverge from the original a little bit. Okay, any egregious missing lines? Well, I do have my horizon line up here. I might get my ruler, actually. So I'm just double checking that that is indeed level, because I don't want to draw a line only for it to be crooked. So if I'm going to draw a line, I want it to be as straight as possible. Now I'm just going to draw that line on the other side too. Maybe it reappears on the other side of that tree. I don't know. It doesn't in her painting, but I got a little bit of extra space on the sides, so beauty. There's Stephanie in the chat. Harsh Yadav says hi. And Madhu says hello. Okay, let's put this ruler away. Sip some tea and get rock and roll. Stephanie says, hi Michael and art fans. I'm getting ready to retire today. I will have more time soon to paint to my heart's content. It's the best therapy. Today you're retiring, Stephanie? Wow. What a big day. Well, today's painting is dedicated to you, Stephanie. This is what we hope you get to do lots of, which is not only painting, but relaxing in a nice pastoral field overlooking the ocean. So congratulations, Stephanie. That's a really important milestone in your life, and I want to acknowledge that. That's awesome. Congratulations. Okay. Next step is I want to stain this painting with a little bit of color. And that's what this is called, the Imprimatura. The Imprimatura is the single most fun art word that you can possibly say. It means the prime layer, or the first layer of paint. And there's lots of reasons why you might want to do an Imprimatura. This is one of my favorite steps. You don't have to do it. Lots of artists today don't do it. But I do think it is important to at least be aware of. And it's kind of fun to experiment and play with, because, and I think if you're a beginner painter, this can really help advance your process. It also helps give you a little bit of a leg up on other beginner painters. It just makes paintings look more complex than they otherwise be. And if you're a beginner painter, you want anything you can grab onto that's going to make your paintings look a little bit better, more advanced. So what I've done here is I've used my my warm yellow right out of the tube, and I've put some water in here. This is really the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint here. And that's because, again, we're staining the surface rather than painting the surface. And if you've ever stained wooden furniture, you know the difference between a stain and paint. Paint sits on top of a surface and completely covers it and often hides the original surface, while a stain kind of soaks into the surface and complements that surface. All right, so if you've got old wooden furniture from the 1800s, all right, any woodworker would be horrified if you painted it, but would see you as a lover of wood, as Larry David once said on Curb Your Enthusiasm, because staining that wood is going to preserve the wood grain texture and even accentuate it. So what we're doing here, and the reason why I added water into this here, transforming it into a stain, is that water is going to help this paint soak into every little fiber of the surface of the canvas, obliterating that scary white, and it's going to help us support the canvas so that if there's gaps between the colors, as there almost inevitably always is, instead of it being kind of the boring old plain white that we would see in a beginner painting, we're going to see some vibrant color bubbling under the surface. So you can see here I'm just removing excess paint. And then as I spread it, that paint gets thinner and dries out faster. I also go up and down, left to right, and what that does is it's, again, helping that paint to get into every little area of the painting here, so there's no gaps. It might end up being a little bit streaky, but that's okay. Again, we're going to cover all of this with paint. You'll notice here too, I just wiped the excess paint off on my rag, and then I'm going to clean my brush off in the water. That helps ensure that the majority of the paint, and acrylic paint is plastic, it's literally plastic. I want this water, when it inevitably goes down the drain and goes often straight out into the ocean, to contain as little few bits of microplastics as possible, because I don't like eating plastic when I get sushi or salmon or anything like that. So I want all of that paint to go onto a rag that goes into a landfill, which is not ideal either, but at least it keeps it out of our food system and our ecosystem for the most part. Okay, I'm going to give this a blow dry. Christina says, hey y'all, I'm already off task looking up Skim Milk's discography, trying to find my favorite songs from the classes. I love that. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, my friend Sam, who did all that music all by himself. Well, sometimes he would have bring in a friend to help with some particular things, like maybe some drums or something, but did almost every part, every track himself. Genius. We've collaborated, we've gone on tour, just him and I together, doing speaking engagements, performances in high schools and elementaries, and one of the greatest friends I know. Stephanie says, thank you. Now I have to go to the office for the last time. It's been a journey. Bye. See you guys next time. Congratulations, Stephanie, on your retirement. Jean says, hi. Barbara. Hi, Barbara. Barbara says, hi, Michael. Barbara says, this painting looks great. I'm not ready to paint it tonight, but I'll have to go at it tomorrow. Awesome. Cool. Look at all this. Wow, great comments. Thank you for being so engaged in the chat there. Okay, let's move that out of the way. Okay, I'm going to try to limit myself to 5 minutes at most talking about today's great artist, because I've mentioned her work many times before. In fact, you know what? Instead of, I'm not even going to fall down that trap. I'm not even, because all of you watching right now, 5 minutes. Okay, let's, what's the likelihood this goes over an hour? Okay, so I'm not even going to, I've talked about Gabriele Münter's biography in great depth, so let's just go to the next step here, which is, I want to talk a little bit about today's painting, specifically why I find it so interesting, and maybe a little bit of this, some of the information that goes on, that went on behind the scenes for its creation. So Gabriele Münter, born in 1877, dies in 1962 at age 85, is considered to be one of the greatest German artists of all time, one of the great founders of one of the most influential art movements of all time, along with her partner at the time, Wassily Kandinsky, and a few other artists formed Der Blue Rider. The Blue Rider, as it's known in English, was one of the first true great avant-garde art movements that deeply influenced everyone from the Cubists to Surrealism, Dada. I mean, we can go on, and so so the Blue Rider is named after a painting by Wassily Kandinsky, the Blue Rider here, and Kandinsky was a romantic and artistic partner of Gabriele Münter's for about 15 years. They worked side by side. They lived together. They traveled together. Gabriele Münter had inherited a large sum of money, and so she used that money to indulge her creative fancies, as I would encourage anybody to do. When World War I broke out, her partner Kandinsky is seen as he's certainly more well known than Gabriele Münter, at least out west here. Although probably in Germany, Gabriele Münter is maybe far more beloved than Kandinsky, considering what I'll tell you here in a moment. I see Gabriele Münter as Germany's answer to Emily Carr, or Germany's answer to America's Georgia O'Keeffe. Really the great, or Germany's answer to Mexico's Frida Kahlo. Probably, if not the greatest female artist of all time, and I would say probably in the top. Well, Germany does have a lot of great artists, but yeah, I'd still say, at least in terms of modern art, in the top 3 greatest German artists of all time. Her main, besides making great art, her kind of real important contribution is that she was kind of the leading figure behind the magazine, the newspaper, a zine, as you may even call it today, that the Blue Rider put together and printed and distributed it around the world. And that was a really, really important part of this movement, because this is before the internet. This is before you could go on Google and find out what people were doing in the country or city down the road or on the other side of the world. And part of her great vision was to put the ideas that this small group of artists were coming together into a book or a magazine that could be distributed widely, so other people could learn about what they were doing, what their thoughts and motivations were. And that had a explosive effect on modern art. And so I really think, Gabriele Münter, her reputation is finally being elevated to the position that it's always deserved to be in, because for the longest time she's been overshadowed by her relationship with Kandinsky. But I think people are really coming around to realizing just how important and influential of an artist she really was. So during World War I begins in, well, I was thinking 1914, right? It's 1914. Kandinsky is drafted into the Russian military, which is the enemy of the German military, and since they were living in this beautiful town here, I'll just show you kind of this location here in Germany, in the southern part of the country here toward, oops. Come on. What is all of those lines? Oh, can we turn that up? Okay. I was like, what is that? It looks really confusing. Okay, so her and Kandinsky were living in this beautiful house, which is now an art gallery and artist residency space here in the southern part of Germany, right near Austria, by the mountains, near Zurich here, Switzerland. And when World War I broke out, Kandinsky was forced to leave back to Russia, and so because Germany and Russia were at war, so what she did is she moved up here into Scandinavia, moved around a bunch of different times, because at the time these countries were neutral, and therefore she could write a letter to Kandinsky and it could be delivered. If she tried to write a letter to Kandinsky in Germany and to mail it out to Russia, it would probably get burnt before it even left the post office. So she went up here to live so that they could remain in contact. Why she didn't go to Russia, I don't know. I don't know too many people who would voluntarily move to Russia, so she's probably like, oh, I don't know. I'll go on a long vacation to another exotic place, but I don't know if I'm going to move to Russia. So let's actually, just before I move on, I think I have mentioned this before, but it just really kind of, oh no, not Poland, that was yesterday's artist. Oh yeah, here we are, okay. It is worth just looking at how beautiful this landscape is here. And seeing Staffelsee is this kind of lake here in Murnau where they lived. So this is the, oops. This is the town where they lived, or they lived just outside the town, but this is the art gallery that features some of her work. And then down the... Oops, no, I didn't want to do that. I don't know what that is. Let's go look at her house. This is where the two of them lived. You can see there's even signage that shows where she painted some of her most famous paintings. And we did a painting of hers, I don't know, a year and a half ago. In fact, let's just bring that up. We'll look at some of the previous work of hers we did. So this is a painting that we did of hers that was done in this location where the two of them lived. Maybe just while we're at it, here's a couple more artworks by her that we did. We did this. I love this painting. We did a couple episodes of her drawings. And then we took this drawing and turned it into this painting. I'm just totally in love with her work. So in 1915, she moves to... let me get this right. I'll get my facts correct. She moves to Switzerland and then to Stockholm, where she became really involved in the in the artistic community in Stockholm. She later moves in 1917 to Copenhagen in Denmark, where she ends up having two huge exhibitions that are very successful there in 1918, 1919. And she only returns to Germany after the war's end in 1920. I want to show you... so let's look at today's painting. So today's painting has a kind of the generic title of Landscape by the Sea with Figure, or sometimes just known as Landscape by the Sea. There is some dispute as to where this particular painting was made, based kind of on where she was in and around that time. I think it's probably she was on or near this island of Bornholm in Denmark. And just to kind of we'll just zoom out a little bit so you have an idea. Here, there being Poland and Germany, Copenhagen being not too far away, because that's where she lived. I think she probably was doing like day trips out here. This looks like a fantastic, beautiful island. So why don't we just... now, I don't think this... There was an author who is from this island. So it's quite possible that this cafe is not named after her, but after that... of that author. But if we can... Oops. I mean, there's so many beautiful areas outlooking the water. So trying to figure out exactly where she made this painting is kind of tricky, but so again, it's I'm not sure if this is where she made this painting, if it was on this island or somewhere outside of Copenhagen, but it would likely have been somewhere in Denmark. So I just want to show you some kind of images of this local landscape, because just how gorgeous it is. Look at these beautiful old ruins. Oh, right? This is one part of the world I've always wanted to go. I've always heard such great things about Scandinavia and the people, the food, the culture, and as you've probably heard, Denmark has been in the news lately for because the President of the United States wants to invade Greenland. So, which would be catastrophic. That would be just not only bad for Greenland, but it would set up in a chain of events that is going to be horrible. Anyway, I don't want to get into politics, but what else could I just mention about this painting? So the original painting is just a little bit bigger than the artwork we're about to work on. So I would say relatively small, all considered, right? So it's a originally a 31.5 by 41.5 centimeter artwork, or 12.5 by 16 inches. So you can basically consider that the height of the painting is the width of the painting I'm about to work on here. So it's, you know, a little bit bigger that way. And you know, why do I love this painting so much? Well, this painting is significant because it shows her transition from the more impressionist artwork of her youth, and also from the Blue Rider group that she'd been associated with in the 1910, 1911, before World War I broke out, into this much more what we would call expressionist style of painting. And expressionism is another movement that she becomes very well associated with and is considered to be one of the great innovators and founders of. Today we're probably more aware, we think, are probably more well known is the film movement, German expressionism, which if key films like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, Nosferatu, Metropolis. I'll just bring some of these guys up here. This is one of my all-time favorite movies, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. I have seen this, I wrote about it in my graduate thesis. I've seen this movie dozens of times. The set design in particular, like look at the intertitles. In silent films, there used to be, like, instead of people talking, recorded voices, they would have these text panels on screen. And even just look at that, how bold and daring, avant-garde that font is, right? Look how just wild these sets are. So German expressionism is all about being hyper stylized, being very bold and daring with this is the Nosferatu is the original. And many of those filmmakers were deeply influenced by artists like Gabriele Münter. So it's and these films then go on to influence generations of American, Canadian, British, French filmmakers to really push the boundaries of what is possible in terms of film and fashion, set design. I want to see some wilder sets. I would say Nosferatu maybe less wild set design, but you often see these really wonderful shadow pieces that are super iconic. And let's just look at Metropolis. This is maybe my favorite movie of all time. Just the design of this movie is just incredible. And if you haven't seen Metropolis, you've got to set some time aside to watch it. It is incredible. There was a really wonderful soundtrack. The way that I was introduced to this movie through my father was the 80s version, which I think, is this the soundtrack? The 80s? No. The restoration. No. I want to go back there. Because the songs in the 80s version are have become some of my favorite songs. This is the Giorgio Moroder version here. It's got songs by Freddie Mercury of Queen, Bonnie Tyler, Pat Benatar. Oh, she's got a couple great songs. Adam Ant, John Anderson. I mean, yeah, you could just look up Metropolis 1984 soundtrack. In fact, Yeah, and if you watch, if you listen to any of these songs, you're gonna fall in love with this soundtrack. I love it, and it works so well. Okay, anyway, I'm getting distracted talking about this. What else do I want to say while I look at her work? Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking, is her work becomes more and more adventurous during this time. She lives, quite sadly, that when Kandinsky left to go to Russia, they made a plan to get married after the war ended. But no sooner had he returned to Russia that he almost immediately married an entirely different woman in 1916. I don't know when she exactly found out about the end of their relationship. Obviously, it was quite a shock and depressing, and she felt kind of used, that maybe he was using her for her money, and after the money started to run out, he went off with somebody else. But she really poured herself into her work after World War I and after the end of their relationship, and created many of my favorite works by her afterwards, some of which we've already done in past episodes. You can see she engages in like illustration as well as painting. Yeah, just such an important artist, and tragically had been relatively overlooked up until relatively recently, and so I'm on a mission to really make sure that she regains her position at the top of the art world. Okay, lots more comments in there. Barbara says 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. Katie says, congratulations, Stephanie, on your retirement. I still have 3 more years to get to until I can retire. Working is definitely getting in the way of painting time. And there's my friend, Mr. Bunny Brian Batista. You're an art-making machine, Michael. I appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so I think it's time to get to work here. So let's get to our next step. Okay, often what I do at this stage is to do what's called an underpainting. Now, underpainting is one of those art words which has been defined differently by pretty much every single artist who's ever lived. So some artists consider the Imprimatura, the underdrawing, the first few layers or blocking in colors of paint as all part of the, quote, underpainting process. I tend to kind of think, especially for the purposes of these classes, as the underpainting as potentially painting in some lines that I might be afraid could get covered up by paint as I go. Which, if you look at yesterday's episode we did of Jan Mateko's Stanchek, the Jester, that was really important, because otherwise we would have lost the details in the face and the hands much earlier. With this painting, however, I don't know if I want to do this. Excuse me. I mean, I would say, however, that it's quite likely she painted the black lines that we see here first before doing anything else. So she might have sketched this in with pencil, or she might have just gone directly in with her brush and painted in these shapes before putting the color in. I'm going to suggest, however, that we do that near the end, just to save ourselves some time. So I'm going to skip that process, and I'm going to go right to this step here. So I'm going to get going here. I'm going to start putting some color into the background, and then I'm going to work my way forward. Typically, that's the way I like to work. I like to start in the background, work my way forward, and then go back to the background, maybe work a little bit more, and cycle through or pass through the painting numerous times. I mean, ideally, if I can get the background done all at once very simply, then I'll do that. But sometimes when you get the background started and you do more of the foreground, that background color appears to change, because color is relative. A color can look one way at one stage in the painting, and then because of the other colors that are painted next to it, that are adjacent, touching it, those colors, the original color appears to change. So I'm not going to spend, I never want to spend too long in an area until I can see how those colors are functioning together, and then I can potentially change them. So let's look at the painting and just think about where we want to start. So when I say background, I literally mean what is the furthest thing from us, the viewer. If we look at this painting like a window, well, it's going to be the water, it's going to be that sky in the background. So let's get some paint on our palette here and get to work. Am I going to use enough red here to cut this open? Let me think about it. I'm going to get just a new tube of red. Okay. So we can see that that sky is a cool blue with some white. So let's get take my white. I'm going to take some cool blue. Let's look at these side by side. That's pretty close. It does look like that original, that color in her painting has a little bit of yellow in it. But since my sky has yellow already as well, our brain can't tell the difference between painted yellow that we're painting over top of, or yellow that's been mixed into a paint. So I think that's pretty good. I might just leave that like that. Just debating, do I want to let that, you know what, I'm going to blow dry that, because I'm going to mix another color and paint it over top, and I don't think I want it to be doing too much blending. Okay, so I'm going to move right along here. I'm going to take my cool red. I'm going to mix it into this color to create a bit of a purple. Let's look at that. So obviously I'm mixing the color here. The reason I didn't do it here is because otherwise if I just start painting my this purple on top here, it's going to just kind of blend. It's going to I'm doing busy work, and it's likely that the paint is not going to sit nicely on the surface. It's going to kind of, we're going to see that yellow reappear, and I like that yellow, but I want it to kind of stay there. I'm just going to add a little bit more blue here and maybe make part of this cloud a little bit different. Maybe do the opposite, take a little bit more red. Maybe where could we put this? Slightly more reddish purple in there. I just want there to be a little bit of nuance in my cloud there. Hey, hey, you! Make my cloud more nuanced. Hey, hey, you! Make my cloud more nuanced. I don't know. I was trying to do a Rolling Stones riff, but that didn't work. Now I might actually just dip my paintbrush right back in this color. I'm not sure, but sometimes I just like keeping my brushes clean so that they're just really nice and dynamic to use. So I think the next step is I'm going to paint this water back here, this gray. And so I can kind of take a little bit of another color on the opposite side of the color wheel to help transform this into gray. Maybe I'll show... Well, okay, so what I've done here so far is I've used my cool blue and cool red, right? These are two cool colors, and I've made this particular color. If I add my cool yellow to this color is going to start going a little bit brownish. However, if I use my warm yellow in this color, it's likely that this color starts to become kind of gray, because all those colors are going to start canceling each other out. See how this color becomes gray rather than a brown? Let's make a bit more of this color. Now I could add black here to some white, and then maybe add a little bit of purple into it. But you can see that I don't even need to add black to make this a gray. It's just the effective use of what we call complementary colors, colors that are opposite from one another on the color wheel. So after I put that paint down, I'm just going back over it to brush horizontal lines because I want it to be water. I want that to be very straightforward and obvious that it is water. Next, I'm going to take a little bit of this paint, get a bit of that on my brush, and take my cool blue here. Now you'll notice on, maybe I'll have to zoom out actually a bit. So on my painting, I've got a little bit of extra room on the right hand side here, so I've expanded it a bit and just continuing that horizon over there. I might add a little bit of black on there later on, and I might even, actually no, let's just take some pure cool blue, maybe even a bit of cool blue with a tiny bit of white in there to lighten it up. And I might just put a bit of this on there to brighten that color up. Okay. Next, while I've got some of these colors mixed, I'm going to take this color, and I've got some of these roofs here of some buildings. So I'm going to take this gray. It's a little bit too blue. I'm just going to put a bit of cool red in there to dull it down a bit. Again, this painting is going to look kind of sloppy for a little while until I get my strong outlines to appear on the page or the canvas. And because I know I'm going to outline things, I'm less worried about making it look super precise. Okay. Let me just clean up a couple brushes up here. So I'm just doing a little internal debate as to what the best way to approach this painting could be. So I think what I want to do is I want to fill in a bunch of space really quickly. So let's keep that handy. Keep that handy. I'm going to take my cool yellow, mix it in with my cool blue. Maybe that's a bit on the darker side. So let's bring this color over here. I'm going to mix some white into it. Okay. Because what I'm going to try to do here is just fill in big swaths of the painting quickly. Now these aren't the final colors in this painting by any means. But this is, you know, part of expressionism is being bold and filling in areas of color maybe faster than you're capable of before you can make judgments as to whether something is good or bad. You'll see I'm still using a big brush. It's bigger than my pinky finger here. You notice my level of accuracy is pretty low. I'm going to take this color, I'm going to put a little bit of cool red into this color. That's going to make this beautiful bright green start to go kind of brown. It almost looks like I put a little bit of warm yellow into the color, doesn't it? Maybe that's a bit too bright, so I'm going to add a little bit of white in there. And while it's just got a bit of this paint on my brush, I'm just gonna fill some of this in down here. Okay, well now let's take a little bit more of that blue. My cool blue here. Let's get some more white on there. We've got this kind of icy green color. And maybe while that's, I still have this color here, I'm just going to take it and paint with it a bit. Okay, now let's go, let's add even more white in here. Okay. What should we do next? Well, maybe I'm going to mix a little bit of a brown. I'm going to take my cool red in here. Now I know the eventual color is going to be dark, or lighter than this, I should say. But I'm putting down this foundational color underneath it so that other color can look great. Adding a little bit of white to it. So you'll notice I'm just painting as quickly as possible. Maybe even putting the colors in the wrong place at times, right? What else here? How about let's mix a bit more of a brown. Take my cool yellow, cool red. And let's put a bit of cool blue in. Oops, maybe that's a bit much. Actually not. All that white is really diluting that color, isn't it? So let's a good start. Okay, let's put this aside for a moment. Oh, I think I'm still on my background 1 layer here, so maybe it's time to move on. Okay, let's do that. Let's make a new page intertitle here. Okay, so we've been painting kind of frantically for the past, I don't know, maybe half hour, 45 minutes. And I got a lot of the basic colors in place. So now what I want to do is I want to go to the foreground, which is, as far as this painting is concerned at the moment, basically the figure in the foreground, maybe some color down here. I mean, obviously there's going to be more foreground elements, but my goal really is just to fill in as much of the yellow Imprimatura as possible, so that I can really see these colors for what they truly are. So let's get the original back up here. So it looks like we need some warm. Actually, you know what? Maybe. Okay, so what we can see she's done here is that there was some color under there that she's subsequently painted warm red, or like a pink warm red with white over top of. Your guess is as good as mine as what color that could be. It does seem kind of dark. So maybe I do want to continue. I'm going to put a little bit more purple there. Maybe I'm going to use my warm, or sorry, my cool red and my warm blue, which is going to give me a real beautiful, intense purple. And I'm going to paint that kind of boldly on here. Let's even put it in her hair. Let's just cover all of her clothes with this. Now this color, beautiful, vibrant purple. Look how when I paint it over top of the yellow though, it goes kind of like a dried scab, like it's dark and kind of not very pretty. Why is that happening? It's because the yellow that is below the Imprimatura is mixing inside my brain to create the effect that this color it's like as if I added yellow in there, which is going to really pull that purple into the middle of the color wheel and darken it. So I can use that underpainting color to really influence the colors that are going to be painted subsequently on top of it. I think maybe I want to mix like a cream color next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, and a tiny bit of blue to make a brown. And then I'm going to take a lot of white and I'm going to put this down here on the bottom. Now I was considering painting the entire painting with this color to start, or even use it as like an Imprimatura, or paint over my yellow Imprimatura with this color. So let's look at this here. What I'm doing is using this color. I'm going to paint over this area. And now I'm going to take my brush and I'm going to try to wipe off not all of the paint, but most of it. Because what I want to do here is what's called dry brushing. I'm going to go in and try to dry brush this color. It's dry brushing is exactly how it sounds. I'm using a brush that's almost dry to brush that paint in. Now I might need to do another layer here. There's no point in me trying to put more paint on right now because it's just going to start moving paint around and become frustrating. Let's keep going here. Dry brushing over here. Okay. Now, let's put a bit of this too. So I'm basically now almost completely covered up all of my yellow. Still a few places that have some, but and I'm not super concerned if there's even little bits of yellow that poke through in areas. And I'm just gonna, let's just finish all that off with some of this for fun. Okay. Well, this same color is basically a skin tone, so maybe I think I need to make a bit more of it. Take our warm yellow, warm red, a bit of warm blue, and some white. maybe let's go back to this area here. Let's just add some more white in there. Actually, maybe let's just add white on its own. Okay, once again, I'm going to wipe off the excess paint. We'll look at this technique in greater depth as we go forward, but I just want to get all my basic colors in place. So now all of my yellow Imprimatura has been completely covered. What else could we do here? Oh, look at that. There's Heidi and says, "Hi there, old friend. Nice to see you still doing this. I should start back up with your classes." That'd be great, Heidi. Wow, it's been a while. Barbara says, "I'm loving these colors." Awesome. Ah, great to see familiar faces in the chat there. Okay, her collar. Let's say, what if we put in a dark blue here? And then what if we still take this dark blue? I mean, it's my warm blue, I should say, sorry. And I, kind of dry brush it around elsewhere. Just mixed it into my previous color that I used for the grass. Put it down here, sort of like a shadow. Take this color. It might be a little bit bold and dark for the background here, so Okay. Stretch those knees out a little bit. Beautiful. Okay, so essentially now the whole painting has been filled in with colors that are approximate to where we ultimately want to go. But now I can start to see my colors as they truly are and how they're affecting each other. And I can make some more educated decisions as to what colors I want to put where, what needs to be done in the next few steps. So, Barbara says, mixing all those greens, I'd be too scared to lose the color I've used in the mix. I like to keep them separate to go over the areas I missed. I totally understand that, Barbara. Wanting to kind of have all of your colors pre-mixed or be able to go back to them. I would say, and that, again, that's totally legitimate. I'm not going to say anything wrong. I would say, though, that one of the things that this painting might offer you the ability to do is to be a little bit riskier and more adventurous, experimental with the paint. Allow the colors to to use up your colors, so you have to remix them and mix different ones that could, quote, be wrong, so that you get a good variety of color. Like we want to, like as you said, there's lots of different greens, and if we're kind of going back to the well and keep using the same 2 or 3 greens, the painting's going to kind of look flat. So what I've done here is just filled in a bunch of paint with some colors, but I'm going to go in and start adding nuance to all of these greens. So there's lots of them, as a natural landscape would be. There's sort of almost infinite greens that we would be able to see in a natural environment. So that's why I end up with so much leftover paint. That's true. If I haven't mentioned before, that's why I really like this big J. DeFeo painting that I did, how long ago? Back in 2021. You can see that's how long we've been doing these classes. All right, and this is already about a year into the process there. So if I've got extra paint at the end, I just goop it on to this painting here. I also have jars of paint with, well, you'll see this on Thursday because we're going to do another, but when I teach in-person classes, any leftover paint, I just scoop them into a big jar like this. This is a bunch of off-white that I've saved, but I've got another one here that's just, and I've got, in my office right now, I've got a big, almost like a gallon full of this. So I use this to build up texture if I'm doing a thick painting. And so you'll see that on Thursday because my daughter and I started a painting together and I want to finish it here in one of these episodes. Okay. What should we do next? Well, one thing I would say is there's probably going to be a lot of you who make a painting and it gets to this stage, and I've seen it happen many times. People go like, this is terrible. I don't even know if I want to keep working on it. Ugh. Oh my goodness. And I'll come around and be like, this is perfect. This is exactly how the painting should look at this stage. It's probably very close to the way the painting looked when Gabriele Münter was painting it herself, right? So you just have to have faith that we're going to put colors in, and then when we start putting those dark outlines, the whole painting is going to snap together really quickly, and it's going to look great. But it's, yes, it's going to go through a little bit of a period here, especially maybe over the next few minutes, where it's going to start getting almost worse and worse and worse. Right? And so I just want to steel your nerves here. You've got to don't give up. Don't be afraid. We're moving forward, even though it's going to look like we're falling off a cliff. Okay, so how about I'm going to take some of my warm yellow here next, and some warm blue. Now this could be a place where I might start to use smaller brushes now that I've got a lot of initial painting started here. Now technically this warm yellow that I've just been using here is more of a background, or sort of it's a warm color, so we generally want to use it for the background, but you could see that in her own painting she's using this color all over the place. And that's a feature of German Expressionism, where artists kind of start playing pretty fast and loose with the rules, start inventing new approaches to painting, and that's great. I love it. So even that just now starts to add a little bit of nuance to some of those colors. Maybe I'll even take a bit more of my blue and maybe put a bit of my warm yellow into that cool blue in some places. Okay. Let's take our warm blue. I'm not even bother cleaning my brush. I like kind of having all these weird mixes of colors appearing on there. Heidi says, I love the process. Me too. I think the painting process for me is way more exciting and satisfying than the finished product. I just really like painting more than I like paintings, if that makes any sense. I always think if the painting turns out and I'm happy with it by the end of the process, that's awesome. If it doesn't turn out the way I want, I don't like it, that's okay too. I could really care less. I am more interested in just having some fun playing with the paint. I wouldn't be doing this year after year after year if I didn't get a great deal of pleasure out of just the act of painting. So that's why I really encourage people just to kind of let go of their desire to make something perfect and allow things to kind of be to just try to embrace. I mean, I know it's easier said than done when you're a beginner painter, because there's so much, it can be very stressful trying to kind of quote get it, to be able to paint and understand the basics, whereas someone who's been painting for a while like me, it's easier to express myself without having to worry if I'm doing it right or wrong. So I know that coming at it from maybe a different place than many other people are, Heidi says, I also find looking at the process as a fun experiment to see what happens takes some of the pressure off. Interesting. Looking at the like, watching when somebody else paints, you mean? I also find looking at the process a fun experiment. I love watching videos of other artists paint. Unfortunately, because so many artists throughout history are so secretive about their process, we don't have a lot of documentation. I guess since the invention of photography, or especially film video, of artists at work. There's some notable exceptions, such as the mystery of Picasso. But even then, it's kind of like he's showing off. He's using a different. Like painting with light, or he's painting with painting on glass, and it's filmed from the other side. So it's not really technically the way he worked typically. But I think it does give us some insight into his process. I would just love to see like a video like this of Van Gogh working, or Rembrandt, or Frida Kahlo. It'd be so interesting to see how they made decisions and what came first. Yeah, when we're painting something new, yes. Yeah, one of the reasons I love doing these is, you'll notice, quite obviously, there's very little preparation in terms of how I'm going to make each painting, and so each painting is a bit of a discovery process as I try to kind of in real time figure out how it's done. But it's very exciting, kind of sometimes very stressful, because I'm here in front of a bunch of people trying to think in real time how something is done, and some work better than others, obviously. But it is very thrilling. Yes. Okay. So let's take some yellow. I'm gonna take my cool yellow, some white. Let's mix these up. Might even put a bit more white in here, because I'm going to paint some yellow throughout. And the more, if I just try to paint that cool yellow on top of anything, it's just going to disappear. It's not opaque enough, to show up. So adding that white's going to help. Where should we go? Maybe let's zoom in here. Come on. Okay. So, as opaque as these are right now, as this dries, I'm quite confident that this yellow is going to start to kind of fade a bit. So I might do a second coat of paint in this particular area here. Now, none of this area on here exists in the original, but I'm just going to expand it and add more of these. I don't know, what would you say this kind of plant is it? I don't know. I don't know if is actually these little yellow spots here. I'm just going to put them there anyway because I kind of like them. Ah, there's Kathy there in the chat. Hi, Kathy. Hello, everyone checking in between appointments. I love this and printed out. Maybe tomorrow I could start it. I just love watching too. Thanks, Kathy. You're so sweet. Okay. You know, maybe just before I move on, just going to put a second layer of white in a few places. Actually, you know what? Let's do that down here as well. Gonna lighten those areas up, so I'm just putting a bit of white in. It'll make it easier to lighten them. Maybe, well, you know, I was gonna lighten this area up even more, but you know, maybe let's just hold off on that, because I think what I need to do is I'm going to start maybe painting some black lines in here, and that's going to change things so dramatically that that once again the whole painting is going to change, and I might have to change some of those colors because they're no longer going to work as well as they did at this stage. Some things might need to get darker, some things might need to get lighter, just because of how heavy those big dark lines are going to go. Heidi says, the colors you choose are giving off a very peaceful feeling. Thank you, Heidi. That's very cool. Kathy says, lots of trees and details. Yes. Barbara says, they look like loofahs. That's how we were talking about here. Kind of, yeah. That's definitely like a soap sponge or bath sponge thing. Scrub. Are actual loofah, is that is it like a piece of coral, or like what is a loofah? I mean, I know there's a plastic thing that everyone's got hanging in their shower, but you can also get like those ones that look like, it looks like an artery that's been cut and then dry it or something. I love those things. Fuzzy Chan says, "Oh, hello, I love this artwork. I will probably paint it sometime this month. That would be awesome." Kathy says, "Hi, Heidi. This painting feels calming. We've done a few Gabriele Münter paintings recently." That's right. I'm a big fan of her work. As I mentioned before, Gabriele Münter is, I'm quite confident, is like the greatest female painter in German history. Well, we are going to look at a couple of female painters from further back in history this year, who would give her a good run for her money, that's for sure. But in terms of modern art for sure, she's the Frida Kahlo of Germany, or Emily Carr of Germany, or George O'Keeffe, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, I'm thinking about blow drying. Yeah, I think that's what I need to do next. Let's blow dry this. Barbara says, "Loofahs grow in the garden. It's a vine." Oh, interesting. I just assumed it was some sort of underwater plant life because you use it in the shower. So I thought, oh, well, it's probably going back to where it came from, into its fluid environment. But a garden, interesting. Do people just grow loofahs, or is it like the byproduct, like every year at the end of the end of the garden, when you're getting rid of the, you know, all of the dead plants, and, you know, people cutting all the well, those plants that can regrow, right? Now you got me wanting to look into the making of a loofah. And is a loofah, is that the name of the plant? Is it, do people just grow loofahs? People who really feel a need to do a lot of scrubbing, or desperately, I don't have any, my loofah yield is low this year. I need to, I'm really worried about my health, bath hygiene regimen. Okay, let's push on here. In fact, let's take care of some red. So she's got this bright red, warm red, way off in the background here. So I mean, that's a really bold decision to put red right there, because typically you would save this red for the foreground, or you would at least mix in some gray or something so it's not just popping off way in the background there. But I am not going to argue with the master. Okay, so we got our red there. Let's mix our pink for the foreground. Let's take some white. Now, it does look like she probably, as I said, maybe painted those black lines first, and then painted this, like the pink I'm about to put on. So I'm kind of doing it backwards. But I think if you're a beginner painter, you'll find this a lot easier. It's going to be a little bit cleaner of a painting. And hey, maybe I do want, maybe there could be probably parts of this where I'm going to want to go back over and maybe lighten or darken it. So So one thing you see I'm doing right now is I'm actually kind of wiping paint away with my brush. So it's kind of like dry brushing, but if anything, it's almost like cleaning the paint off. I'm kind of scrubbing some paint away. So usually this is stuff you want to desperately avoid doing, is trying to paint into paint that's started to dry, because as you can see, like, it's actually wiping paint away rather than applying paint. But for this particular painting, I like. I mean, I think it's maybe even. I'm not sure if she might have done that, wiped some of it off with like a rag, but I think I am going to do another layer over top of that afterwards. But let's let that dry. While that's drying, we'll paint the baby blue on her, like maybe her dress and shoes. So this is my warm blue and cool blue mixture, giving me what we would call like a cobalt blue, which is a blue that exists in between those two colors. Google loofahs. Okay, maybe we got to do a loofah painting, or maybe we got to make a painting with a loofah. Just saying, could be kind of fun. that everyone's doing okay in the chat there. Good, good. Okay. Making problems where there weren't any. Dibbidi-ba-ba-ba-bo. Okay, let's blow dry this and move on, I think. Okay. Have we done a second foreground pass? I'm not sure. I always forget where I am in these episodes here. Oh, Kathy says, I lost another good friend to cancer this month, too. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kathy. Oh, that's so sad. Man, gotta enjoy life while we got it, right? You never know. You never know. Okay. He's talking about dipping a loofah in paint to make stamps. That could be kind of cool. Wow, lots of great ideas here. I mean, I don't know. Might have to. I'm sure that would be something my daughter would love to do. Is get messy with a loofah and paint. Okay, so I'm really happy with where things are right now. It's not done, not perfect, but I think despite it being kind of this amorphous blob of color, the next step I want to do now is start painting in some of these outlines, and I think all of a sudden the figure is going to snap into focus and it's going to feel a lot more satisfying. So let's look at the original, and let's just, before we just randomly start outlining with a random color, let's maybe just take a look at what she's done and if there are different colors. Now I see this looks like black here in the foreground. That makes sense. So I'm looking in behind. It sounded like it was pouring rain. I do think that probably all of these lines are black. However, I think when I'm painting this, I might just add, I don't know if maybe a little bit of white, but I might just lighten up that color, maybe add a little bit more yellow or something, just to, just so that the background colors, or the background outlines are not competing with the foreground. Even though that's what she did, she's able to pull stuff like that off me a little bit less so. I think the first thing we're going to do, therefore, is to mix our own black. So let's just do this right on top of there. Oh, it's more blue. I thought this tube of paint was almost out, and then lots of paint comes out. So let's just move some of that blue out of the way. So I'm using my cool yellow and cool blue. Get this beautiful, rich green here. Green that I could use maybe a little bit later on here. So maybe I'll just move a bit of that out of the way. And then I'm going to take a big scoop of my warm red. Mix this in here. You notice I'm not using any measuring cups or anything in order to help get my ratios correct. So actually right now this brown, that could work kind of well for as a background color. Instead of using black, is using like a brown there so that I can make the distinction between foreground and background. As I mix this up though, it's starting to become more and more black. You know, it's still kind of on the reddish side though. So that just tells me there's maybe too much red or plenty of red. I might need more blue in this mixture. But as I said, I think I'm going to use this color to paint in outlines in the background, and then we're going to mix an actual black for the foreground, giving us two slightly different outline colors. Okay, let's dive right in here. Maybe let's zoom in. Okay. So in some of these areas, your guess is going to be as good as mine as to what we're actually looking at. you know, if you're looking carefully, you're going to notice like, whoa, oops, you made a big mistake there. Oops, oh my goodness, look how sloppy. Again, I'm not trying to do the exact painting. I'm trying to do a reasonable facsimile, but I'm not going to let the original get in the way of me having fun and being expressive, doing what I want to do in my own painting. So remember, this is not even the darkest black that I can get. And it looks really black comparatively on this painting. What have I done here? What's going on here, Michael? What's the logic of these overlapping trees that I've painted back here? Okay, my brush is starting to get kind of gummy, and so it's a good idea every once in a while when you're doing this kind of thing, just to take your brush and give it a good clean, because that, you know, paint is, the second it comes out of the tube, it starts to dry. So if I can have a nice clean brush, it doesn't have dried paint on it, that's a bonus. Okay, I think, you know, that actually looks pretty black. I thought it looked more brown earlier. In fact, I'm just going to take a bit of my white and mix that in there. Yeah, it's a slight brown, but not as brown as I thought, which I'm actually a little disappointed by, because I would have liked to have had a bit of a lighter color in the background. But it seemed so brown at the time. So I'm just going to mix a little bit more cool blue in here. This should give me a little bit of a darker black. even going to take some of my warm blue and mix it in here. It's going to look good in our foreground. You know, I think no, I think that's okay. I was just contemplating, should I get the black paint out, the black tube of paint out? I think it's gonna be okay. Okay, let's go. Because where I'm moving now into the foreground, or at the very least middle ground, where we could all have an argument as to where the middle ground, background, foreground is in a painting like this. Ooh, I like that. That's a nice, it's black, but it's also got a warm blue quality. I'm sure it's probably way too subtle to show up on camera, the differences, but that's what it's all about. There you go. So these lines I'm going to put around her body here might be some of the widest lines. That's also going to help make her appear closer to me than anything else in the picture. But one thing I would suggest, maybe I'm not doing the best example of demonstrating this, but is to maybe start a little bit thinner, and then after you've painted it all in, to then go around and expand those lines so that you can decide which direction you want to expand them in. Misha says, can you please teach us still life painting? Well, we have done probably 50 or 60 still life paintings already. So you may want to look in the on the Facebook group or on the Dropbox folder or here in YouTube in the playlist. And I mean, there's flowers, there's cups and bowls and fruits and animals. So there's already tons in there. I mean, if there's something specific you're looking at that we haven't done, let me know. But this is painting episode 390. So there has been a few paintings we've done before this one. Maybe you're talking about doing a still life from life, and that could, like, as opposed to reproducing an existing still life by one of these great artists. Let's keep going over here. We could do a still life painting of a loofah, since everyone's been the Facebook group is people clamoring about the loofah. I guarantee you, later on today, I'm gonna see loofahs everywhere. And because of the algorithm, it's gonna be recommending loofahs to me. The future is loofah. I mean, just imagine a future where it turns out loofahs are the most intelligent beings on Earth, and they exact revenge on people for harvesting them for bathing purposes. The Day of the Triffids. Anybody remember the Day of the Triffids, reading that in school? Day of the Triffids was great because it was one of those books that also had a movie. So the teacher could put a movie on, and probably working off a hangover or something. It's been 30 plus years since I saw the Day of the Triffids. If I recall, Day of the Triffids is sort of infamous for the Deus Ex Machina ending, because it's like, it's been, again, 30 years since I've seen it, even thought about it until just now. But isn't there something like, it's this plant that is destroying the earth somehow, and right at the very end, just when you think all is lost, something happens, like somebody invents something, all the plants die, everyone celebrates, problem over. I remember that being the discussion is about that. Type of surprise, unearned ending. Is that really the edge of the bag? Yeah. think I've got all my lines painted in here. So let's look at these paintings side by side at this stage. And I think now that we've got these lines in there, we can more precisely see what we've got. I'm just taking a bit of one of these lighter colors, mixing a little bit of black into it for this line. So I could probably just wrap up right now, but I do think that there's some places where I want to do some more details here. So let's see. We're getting pretty close. So at this stage, you know, I could just walk away and feel pretty happy with this painting. But I think there is a few things that I noticed that could be improved on. I think one of the things that I want a little bit more is a little bit more contrast. Everything is kind of in the middle value. I mean, I got some lighter values. I got some mid values. And value is how we measure the difference between light and dark. So I've got some lighter areas, obviously got some whites and stuff. I got most of the colors here are middle values, but I don't really have any real deep dark areas. Now, obviously I've got these black outlines, so those are darker areas, or darker lines, but there's no dark areas per se. And when we look at some of the places, maybe particularly up here in the corner, I feel like there's an opportunity to maybe just darken a little bit here and there. So let's just take a look at them side by side and just sort of talk about what could be done next. I want to do a little bit of work up here. You can see some of these areas could be a little bit darker. Some of those trees could be darker. And the idea is that value contrasts are what really bring a painting to life. Without contrast, a painting is going to seem kind of, it's like food without any spice or salt. You know, it's kind of a little bit bland. Like, it looks good, but it doesn't quite have the power of something with higher contrast. So we're going to go in and like, I think I'm going to lighten a few of these areas on her clothes here. Maybe even lighten these yellows. And then I think I'm going to darken up here. So where should we begin? What do I want to do next? Well, maybe... let's get a bit more cool yellow on here. So I'm taking my cool yellow, a cool blue, and I'm going to take a bit of warm red. Actually, I'm going to put even more of that in there. It's going to give it this little bit of a darker color. Also going to add a little bit of white in there to make it a little bit kind of faded. So we're going to go darker, but we're also going to reduce the saturation. And I think I'm going to do this as a glaze, just to... because I'm going to paint over some areas in the background with this color. Let's bring the original back up there. I feel like that actually could still go a bit darker. I'm going to take my black, or the color I was just using, mix that in here into my glaze, and not going to put it everywhere, but I'm just going to strategically darken. So this is going to kind of impact my black outlines in the background as I because I'm essentially painting over some of them. now I just mixed some warm yellow into this same color. Alright, so I'm taking my warm yellow, mixing it into here just to continue to add more variety to my colors. How's that? That's helping a bit. I mean, I could still go probably a lot darker than that. I have brightened up my camera brightens those colors up so you can see the darker areas a little bit easier. So I think it might be a little bit. It definitely is brighter on camera than it is in person here. So. So this is my favorite part of a painting. It's just going around and around. Christy says, I had to rewind, so I'm behind y'all, but I had to come here to say I had no idea loofahs grew in gardens. I thought loofahs were sea sponges. That's what I thought. But apparently, no. Yeah, so... another great learning experience today. Christina says the loofahs are in the cucumber family. My mind is blown. Well, at least we all learned something today. This is my cool blue and cool red. like that color. That's nice. Deep teal color. Okay. I want to do a little bit of dry brushing back here. So maybe I just wanted to show how that technique works. So I'm going to take a little bit of white. So I'll show you. In fact, this brush is wet, so dry brushing means dry brush. All right, so I'm going to take some of my white and get it on my brush. Oops. You see here, so I'm just going to incorporate it onto the brush. And then I want to get as much of that paint off the brush, going so far as to take my brush and just kind of dry it off on a rag lightly. And then I'm going to come in here and kind of scrub it onto the surface. So this is kind of like a glazing technique in a way, except it's with a dry brush as opposed to adding layers of wet paint. And this can help to just lighten an area up ever so slightly. Let's do this over here by her face. One thing about doing this technique is it can be kind of rough on brushes. It can ultimately destroy a brush. So it's best to use a brush that you've had around for a while, that you're not too precious about. So another kind of way of doing this is just painting and then kind of scrubbing some of that paint back out with your finger. So maybe I'll do a little bit here in the sky. Okay. Go to her collar. Oops. I meant to do. Oops, zoom in. So I'm just going to kind of brush up and over some of these lines a little bit. Okay, I'm going to take a bit of my warm red. Got my warm red, I mixed it into some white, and I'm going to paint this and dry brush it a bit. In fact, that's actually still a little bit much, so let's just take a bit of that paint off. So this kind of gives her clothing almost like a furry kind of quality, like velvety or something, because it just feels soft. Right? I like that a lot. I like it a lot. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing with her pants here. So I just cleaned this brush, so now it's wet. So I don't want to use that for dry brushing. I'm going to use a different brush, different dry brush for dry brushing. I know it sounds obvious, but most people, it's kind of counterintuitive to do the dry brush technique, because the idea of putting paint on your brush and then wiping it off the brush before you actually paint with it just seems like a ludicrous waste of time or even paint. Right? The dry brush technique is a Chinese innovation from like 2,000 years ago. Right? And one thing about dry brushing is it is pretty difficult to master. That it is pretty hard to do, because sometimes paint that you don't want to come off the tip of the brush comes off the tip of the brush, and you end up with maybe a lighter or darker, like big surprise areas of paint. For some people, that's very frustrating. All right, so you can see here I'm kind of scrubbing out over my lines a little bit. I'm going to blow dry that and go even further. Add a little bit of white dry brush. I got to dry this first, even though it's almost dry. It still needs a little bit more. There was a Grow a Loofah challenge with the BBC gardener Monty Don last year. That is hilarious. A loofah growing challenge. So obviously, when I do this, I'm kind of obliterating some of my black lines. It's debatable whether I want to, keep it like that, Okay, so you gotta blow dry it, Michael. You can't just, because then I start wiping paint off. So let's do that again. Let's blow dry this. I get impatient. Okay, I want a little bit of a peachy color here. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, warm red, and white. That's going to give me a peachy kind of color. So I'm going to take some warm yellow and warm red, and without any white, just make a bit of a slight orange color. I don't know if that's too bright. Okay, let's... looking at down here? My name is Manruff. Sorry, my painting for a few hours. I can't see. Is that an R or a U? I think it's an R. Maruff. I like drawing, but I can't draw. I want to learn drawing so you can upload course. Yes, so there is I did a whole drawing course. Maybe that's what you're talking about. They're here on YouTube, which you can watch and paint along with or draw along with. It's all free here on YouTube, so feel free to watch it. And there's literally millions of people who've done it, so apparently some people like it. Feel free to paint or draw along, and upload your work to our group so we can celebrate your work. Here's some warm yellow, warm blue, and a little bit of cool blue in this color too. My cool blue, cool red, and I guess let's take our cool warm yellow because I don't have any left. Okay, almost done here. I'm just going to take my cool yellow right out of the tube here. And it's going to go back on top of some of these I don't know, lilacs maybe? I'm not sure what it is. Maruf says, thank you, sir. I am seeing your channel and I found your video. I am from... Oh, my eyes. My goodness, I don't know what that flag is. Is that... my... I've been painting for 3 hours. My eyes are... Is that a green flag with a red dot? I've never seen that flag before. Where... That's a cool flag. It's definitely like electric, kind of the way that it's hard to see. Tell me, where on what country is that? Again, I don't want to do all of them because I want to have a little bit of variety. I might blow dry that and then just add a little bit more here. Maruf says Bangladesh. Okay, cool. That is neat. Wow, thank you so much for tuning in. What time is it in Bangladesh right now? You're on the other side of the world. It's got to be getting, well, probably nighttime almost, right? If not already middle of the night. Okay, I think I should probably get wrap up here. I'm like, the more I look, the more I see, and let me just see this. So I'm looking at any of my black lines thinking, do I want to go over any? Can I just leave them as they are? I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I will. So... Right now, here in Vancouver, Canada, it is 2:10 p.m. or 14:10, according to some people. Oh, I'm so excited to have done this painting. This is on my list of things to do. There's a bunch of paintings that I want to do that I haven't gotten to. Obviously, probably hundreds of them, but okay. We made it to the end of another episode, so let's take a moment to compare, contrast, see how these two paintings hold up side by side. Just before we do so, a quick reminder to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. We're doing another one this Thursday, so get your paints and goopy paint ready because we're going to make a bit of a mess. If you want to support the channel with a couple dollars, consider leaving a donation via PayPal. You can scan that QR code on your phone, or you can enter in that web address there, and it's going to take you to a page like this where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. Thank you to those people who've supported the channel for years now as we approach our 6th anniversary. I wouldn't be able to do it without your support, and I'm super honored to be able to continue doing these, and I'd like to do it for decades more. So you'll notice I'm not sponsored by anybody. I'm not promoting any garbage junk to pay for these episodes. If you want to send an e-transfer via email or check in the mail, money order, consider using my email address, which is on the Facebook group and my website. Those links are down there below. And speaking of the Facebook group, I encourage you to scan this QR code, take a photograph of whatever you created today, upload it to the group so that we can celebrate your work in the next bonus feedback episode, which is totally free. It's coming up in February, and I would love to see what you've created, whether it's paintings like today's painting by Gabriele Münter, or a painting you've done on your own, or even the drawing course I did almost 6 years ago. I still give people free feedback on their drawings. So this is what the Facebook group looks like. And so let's talk about today's painting. Today's painting here, Landscape by the Sea with Figure by Gabriele Münter, Germany's greatest, I would say greatest avant-garde painter, who just so happens to be a woman. There's the original, and there's my version side by side, the masters. I think there's obviously little differences, as always, in each one of these paintings, but I feel pretty good about how this one turned out. Well, let's see. I mean, I think I could probably still darken that background. That water could probably still be darker, although the camera I've brightened up deliberately so that we can see things in the shadows a little bit easier. So it is actually a little bit dark. It is darker than it appears on my version's darker on camera than it appears, but pretty close. You know, I would say hers has a bit more of a spontaneous, energetic, messier style perhaps than mine, whereas mine I kind of cleaned things up a little bit, and that's because she's creating the painting from scratch. It had never existed before she made it, so of course there's a little bit of searching and figuring out as she goes along, painting something in, painting something out, like exactly what she did here in the foreground and in this area where there was a previous color that she painted over. So it's pretty hard to kind of replicate that spontaneity, but I feel pretty happy with the way it turned out. So how about let's just start zooming in and let's take a look at them side by side, maybe. Whoa. roughly the same size there. So, what differences pop out? I mean, I think you could see this is, again, even more muted colors. And you know, I glazed that down, those greens, because I felt like they were too saturated. And even now, I still feel, you know, they could go even a little bit more towards a gray. I mean, I really like bright, punchy, saturated colors, so that's one of the reasons I like this painting. Even though at this time of her career, she's actually got a more muted palette than she had earlier on. But I don't think she used this many kind of grays and muted colors. It's definitely something that occurs in her work once she moves to Scandinavia. Where should we go? How about let's continue in the background here. Maybe we'll go a little bit further. I'll zoom in. Okay, so again, you can see how my painting just seems a little bit cleaner, a little bit more precise, a little bit less expressive than hers, and you know, that's fine. I mean, that's to be expected. You know, like little things like you can see these lines here, you know, everything, because I know what the painting is going to look like. I'm not just sort of putting placeholder brush strokes in, which could get covered up. So it almost feels like mine is more in focus than hers. Not to degrade her painting in any way. So let's look here. Let's go all the way to the far right. That's feeling pretty good. Again, the original painting kind of ends right about there, so you can see how much more I have kind of added onto the right side of the painting onto my version. I think that what I've done there works reasonably well. I had a little bit of confusion of my own creation as to what I was doing here with this other tree, which is only really hinted at in her picture. And I also extended the water, the seaside, down here in behind that tree, whilst hers is kind of cut off, giving a bit more of a frame into the painting. Maruf says, can I upload anime anatomics? I don't know what an anatomic is. You mean animatics, maybe? Or like an animation from a animation like export? I mean, you could. It's not really what anybody else is doing in the group, but maybe people would be interested to see what you're up to. Okay. Again, you can see hers kind of just wild, messy brushstrokes, whereas mine are much more deliberate. I kind of prefer her spontaneous approach than mine, but I think if I try to replicate that, it'll just look really messy. So it's a tricky thing to pull off here. Oops, let's go down there. I like how again, I think it's maybe lilacs or something down there. I think that feels pretty good, the way that all turned out. I think adding the last maybe 2 or 3 layers of yellow just helps make those yellows glow. Yeah, I'm just looking at it. I feel maybe I could have darkened her hair. But I do like those, the brush strokes in there kind of look like hair. I also like how when I did the dry brushing over here, it just sort of fuzzed out some of the edges of those black lines, just giving it a subtle, like, I don't know, it makes it for a different kind of fabric. It feels softer and fluffier than it would have been otherwise. Like more like a fur coat or silk, or not silk, but satin kind of quality. There's her feet, or 1 foot anyway. And again, you can just see the different approaches even here in the background. Whereas those little spots I did are quite distinct. This area here where I was demonstrating and practicing a little bit of dry brushing, which you saw elsewhere on the reclining figure herself. Okay. How those paintings turned out. Feel pretty good about that. One thing that I just want to do right before I say goodbye is just this is what I typically do after every one of these paintings. Is before I clean my palette, I like to add any excess paint onto my Gabriele Münter, or sorry, not Gabriele Münter, another great female artist, J. DeFeo painting here. And so I just take whatever excess paint I've got on here, and I've kind of built up these ridges so high that now I'm kind of going back and trying to fill in some of the area in between them. And I even use, let's say, if there's extra little bits of paint, let me see if I can find one, like this kind of thing from the paint lids. I take that and I just kind of smoosh them in here. And I've used some of that to build up the texture of my painting. So I just wanted to give a little bonus here, because this is what I do after every episode. And sometimes I think, you know what, I should show people what I'm up to. I have in the past sometimes, but it's been a while since I've done that recently. So okay, and then if you keep doing that over the course of 5 years, you get a painting that is very thick, right? You can see there's my finger in there, right? So that's I don't know, 1.5 inches, 2 inches there worth of thick, goopy paint. And it's getting heavier too. There's a lot of paint on that painting. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for painting along with me, for keeping me company over the course of the past 4 hours here as we worked on today's painting. Just remember, as I always say, the more people that are making art, the more peaceful our world will be. And so just painting, talking about painting, looking at painting, or violin, or dance, or poetry, those things are creative outlets for our thoughts, feelings, dreams, emotions, and it's such a positive, constructive way that I think it can counterbalance all the negativity, violence, and fear that we are experiencing in our world right now. And you just think, if there were some presidents, I'm not going to say who, on our planet who took up a little bit of a creative hobby, I think we would have peaceful relations with our neighbors, and peaceful streets, and That's the world I want my young 6.5-year-old daughter to grow up into. So thanks for helping to make our world a little bit better, of a safer world for her and the next generation. Okay, 4:24 a.m. in Bangladesh. Well, my friend, it's time to go to bed. So have a great night. We'll see you again in a future episode. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Those who've been with me for a while and those who are just new to the channel. We'll see you again very soon. Good night.